Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, June the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Yes and yes. This time I remember to turn on the screen and just waiting for somebody in, maybe Pepe is going to tell me. You guys can hear me in YouTube. Anyway, we are now. So I just want to point out one thing to you guys. If you guys are, thank you very much, Pepe. You guys are looking for something. I actually was able to trade this XOS yesterday after hours. I was sitting at my computer, 4 o'clock, 1 o'clock my time. This is this biggest gainers from the start of the race, is volatile race right here. This can really identify stocks that are really starting to move after hours. XOS was one of them. I can just show you. There were a few others. It was, I've sort of known this, but I haven't really paid that much attention because I don't typically trade after hours. Or actually, to tell you the truth, I'm not really sitting at my computer anymore. But look at the pop. Look at this pop rate at there's that 4 o'clock. Look at that move at 4 o'clock. I'm sorry, that's I want to say XOS. But there were a number of them. All right. Where are you? There you are. Look at that. Look at that move right there. That's around 415. Okay. And what a move it made. And I was able to, I wish I'd held on, but I didn't. But I made a little bit on this, and there were a whole bunch of other ones that just pop, 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 pop. So if you're looking for something, I know we have a post-market channel, but if you're looking for this biggest gainers from the start of the race, it works in the post-market also. So just something you can maybe take a look at if you're interested in, seeing the ones that are really popping 4 o'clock on. Anyway, XOS, well, they did have some news, trading, higher after the company announced the launch of its 2.5 megawatt power hub. So that was the news for it. There was another one that also popped and it came right back down, though. You got to be careful still. SDOT is not the one I was talking about. So SDOT is now over the VWAP right now, guys. A couple little buy flags, and it's over the VWAP. And did this have some news? Don't see any news on it. Give me one moment. So I don't know. I mean, it looks like they signed some kind of a filing, an AK filing, asset acquisition or disposition. So I don't know if that is the reason for this big pop. But it's over the VWAP now, guys, and another 652,000 shares in the float. 18 million have traded already. So this is taking a turn for the worse now. The WCT, there's 1,000 shares available for me to short. Not that I'm going to do it, but this is taking a turn for the worse. It's still up 76%, but starting to really drop. China company, low float, 2.7 million. I wonder if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. This is another one that was sort of popping after hours also. Laser, LASE, not quite as dramatically as the XOS, but it was really moving also. And so, I mean, it had a tremendous day yesterday. Tremendous in that it closed near the high of the day. That when I say something, for me anyway, when I say something is tremendous, it's because it closed near the high, had a big jump, and it also closed near the high of the day. So that is the LASE. Yeah, Marvel really moved on that NVIDIA news, didn't it? Was that yesterday's news or is that today? And I just read, most I can do is just, it was yesterday. Okay. Thought so. Yeah, look at that. But look at this. I mean, 2 great days and now a continuation. All right, guys. I don't see any disaster today. Not like the. I don't see any bio disasters yet today. These are not. These are just little China companies just tanking. But I don't see a bio disaster. What if Yex is an earnings play? Nope. Well, it might be June the 9th. It says June the 9th. So I don't know if this is they released ahead of time or this is just preliminary. But it says trading lower after the company reported mixed Q1 financial results. So we don't have them releasing earnings until the 9th, which is next week. But sometimes they release early. So this is an earnings play, okay? MDT is an earnings play, and it is up, moving higher on earnings. MDT. CGNT is an earnings play. CGNT is an earning. Well, okay, this could be interesting. Um, where is the next low looking left on the daily chart? Too close, obviously, but if you look at a weekly chart, no, between 950, well, I mean, down there, 806, I don't know. There might be too much resistance. Well, I have a 515 weekly, daily, and when I uncover this, a monthly chart. Diego. Yeah, CGNT is earnings play, but it might be coming into some support. Macy's is an earnings play. Actually, it's basically flat, but Macy's is an earnings play. Do you actually buy the stock, William, or are you actually are you doing options in these more expensive ones? And I'm sure there must be an ETF for it. And this is an earnings play, yeah. So Ulta is an earnings play. ULTA is an earnings play. The well, let's see. You're going to go looking to go long below 470. Well, the low there is 475. There's a low there of 468. So yeah. So I mean, it's certainly within reach. Ooh, CEO resigns. Okay, that was for your Vroom, VRRM. Securities now. Okay, that's just lawyers coming out. Where do you see? Oh yeah, new CEO after contract turmoil. Searching for a new CEO after contract turmoil. These were the guys who lost Avis. Is that correct? NVTS, guys. NVTS is flying here. This had a great week when it went from 17 all the way up to 34, almost a double, pulled back, and now maybe getting a resurrection here, bit of a resurrection. 31.85. 31.85 is the next high looking left on the daily. That got pretty ugly, didn't it? MSAI ramped all the way up to $11, came right back down to 6. Now it's trying to, well, it's underneath the VWAP. So I have my doubts about this one recovering. Another earnings play, guys, is Ollie, OLLI. Another earnings play. A little bounce off that low so far. This is one that was also popping after hours yesterday, and I tried to trade it, but this is another one of those that IB wouldn't let me. Not about a shorting. It was just one of these ones that's on that list. Of course, there's a way in which you can. Well, it's a little cheaper than trading Marvel. But not much, not much. It's still up. I mean, this is the two-time long for Marvel, MRVL. This is a two-time long. And we looked yesterday. I think, William, you looked yesterday. There is not a short ETF for it. This was ramping up yesterday. What happened today? GRRR down 17%. Okay, they're doing a financing. So they're doing a financing, $107 million. Conversion price approximately 25.48 a share. So it's way underneath that now. Way underneath that. You guys are talking about Reddit. I haven't looked at Reddit for well, years might be an exaggeration, but maybe 5 times in the last 5 years. Probably should go just for excuse me, entertainment. But here's Reddit right here, RDDT, the stock. All right, S dot is still hanging over that whole number, still hanging over the VWAP. This is encouraging if you're looking at this one, guys. Okay, S dot. Anybody see any news on this one? This is all I could find. You know, the asset acquisition or disposition. That's all I could find this morning. I guess so. I didn't read it, but that's the headline of it. But you know, it's hanging over the VWAP. hit a high of 773, pulled all the way back down to about 5. And of course, it's a very low float, 652,000 in the float. So as long as it holds over the VWAP and we get some more volume coming in, this could have a pop. It's got room on the, well, let's see what does it have actually. In the pre-market, it did get up to 773. Next high looking left, well, we're right there. The next high is a 7. AMKR may fly at the open, okay? Any news on this one? There's a dividend announcement. There's a dividend announcement of 8.35 cents. I don't see any other news on it other than that. It's a semi, you know, 927. Okay, let me very quickly. All right, so the semis guys are the top sector again. Okay, semis are the top sector again. They were the top sector yesterday, I believe. What's the worst one right now is silver. Okay, silver. So silver is the worst sector right now as we speak. 3 minutes before the 9:30 open, or 2 minutes now. So the semis are still, which would obviously helping any semi stock, not any, but a lot of the semi stocks, including AMKR. I guess it's just yeah. What is driving that? Because actually, it's not that big a float, is it? 60 million for a $79 stock. The only thing I saw was a dividend, but might be just because the semis in general are just ramping. All right, guys, we now have less than a minute to that 9:30 open. So what I'm going to do is get rid of the pre-market actives. Again, guys, S dot is hanging over that VWAP, okay? Hanging over the VWAP, hanging over the whole number of 6, and it has room. It does have some room. Obviously, pre-market highs. Not saying to take it, but it looks like it's going to rip a little bit right now, guys. S dot. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're getting a bit of a sell-off now, probably in the drones. Okay, so ONDS. I don't know if that's the only one. Okay, ONDS is dropping. Let's take a look at RCAT. See if it's doing the same thing. The answer is yeah. Well, no, it isn't. Not exactly. It is actually it fell down, but it popping back up. So ONDS, and how about the other one? Oh, I want to see ONDS again. I want to say UMAC though. Well, UMAC is actually giving our cat is still sort of the strongest one right now in terms it hasn't lost the most, but ONDS and UMAC are as we speak moving down. All right, so the market opens. So the market is basically flat. SPY is basically flat, just down a little bit from yesterday's close, right at the VWAP. Okay, right at the VWAP now, and trying to push through it. And again, when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. We have a bit of a disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow down, Qs are up a little, and the SPY is basically flat. So what's happening with that XOS? XOS underneath the VWAP. I completely lost. This was my mini swing, RKTO, mini swing. Completely, I forgot about it. And I guess they did a financing, or they increased their offering by 6.8 million. We're right at the VWAP. This is the HOTH. Sort of trading as RKTO here, so it's not an IPO. It's just they changed the symbols. Space is on the move here, guys. SPCE is on the move. The high, well, I mean, had a big ramp up, of course, with a lot of the space companies, but big drop yesterday. Closed at the lows, so that wasn't good. Closed at the lows, so it's a little bit above the close of yesterday now, but quite a bit below the high of yesterday. But space is on the move. Keep an eye on the S dot, guys. The S dot now is trying to recover, get back to the VWAP, get back to the VWAP, okay, and maybe get just over 6. I'll put a price alert around 624 and see if it takes that out. All right, guys. The S dot at six. Okay. Um, Again, it's a very low float, so you've got to be very. I mean, look at that. I mean, it whipped down to 576 just like that. Ah, he's going to run away from me. I know I don't like to trade in the first 15, but I was going to make an exception on this one. But that flashed right down to 570. Ah, shoot. And just got halted. Just got halted. If that flash hadn't happened, I would have been in this one. But anyway, S dot just got halted. So first, showing you this blue window here from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales. 641 is the halt price for S dot, and this column trying to show you where it could open. No big clue yet. May give me a chance to take this trade if and only if, when it opens, maybe it opens a little bit underneath 641 or pops a little bit above it and then comes back down through 641, not in a big way, and then pops through 641 again. No, that's a little late. So typically these are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:41 plus 34 seconds. So have a little ways to go before it. If it is a 5-minute halt, you can see how now. Again, this column will change. These numbers will change over the course of the 5 minutes. And this got halted obviously on the way up. And look at the potential open on this one. Now, this has been flying high. Well, it flew high a few weeks ago, came all the way down to earth. But here's what this one might look like. Okay, so here's your halt, 418 for HTCO. Potential open for, I doubt if it's going to open here that high, but it is almost for sure going to open above the halt price. And DXST got halted on the way. Wow, got halted on the way up. Another one. So all these little cheap little China. Well, I don't know for all China. S dot is not. HTCO, I think, is. Well, it's Singapore. So DXST, the same thing. It got halted. High yesterday was a little over 550 or so. Well, maybe I'm wrong about the MSAI, guys. I mean, but it's going to challenge. Looks like it's going to try to challenge the VWAP, MSAI. I think this one is halted on the way down. KUST. Yeah, this was halted on the way down. USAR was like ripping higher in the pre-market. Something about getting up to $1.6 billion funding by the U.S. government CHIPS program. Okay, up to. So it was ripping higher in that news. Look at it now. Actually negative. Let's see if it bounces off 30, guys. I mean, that could be a nice support area. That was not quite yesterday's low. 29.51 looks like yesterday's low. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to bounce off 30 USAR. It's crazy action. Crazy action. FULC guys, this S dot. Okay, let's take a look at what S dot did. Yeah, son of a. Well, their next high looking left is 7, and it's through that. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 814. That was pretty crazy action right there. That bar right there, that was a flash down through the VWAP right down to 54. I'm sorry, that one right there before the halt down to 572. And it is halted again. All right, guys. SPWH. Let's see what's happening with this one. SPWH. Actually, this is an earnings play. However, looking left, I don't like it. I mean, it's an AI play. It is an AI play. I don't love it because I'm just looking left and there's a high that's pretty close. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but that's just the way I see things. So I'm not in love with it because it's an AI play. All right, guys. Well, NVTS at the VWAP, NVTS, a pullback into the VWAP. DXST opened and it opened. Okay, what was it halted at? It was halted at 492. So it's this could be the interesting one. Pops through 5. But look at the spread. Well, the spread now is, believe it or not, is tightened. It was at 465 and 483. Tightened. I mean, it's still not great. Is this halted again? DXST? It's not halted again. Just not trading. I mean, it's trading. Don't get me wrong. It's trading, but it's not trading very rapidly. Keep an eye on a 5 break, though. I mean, if it does take out 550 is the high yesterday. Very low float, another low floater. All right, ALHC, guys. This is now at the VWAP, challenging the VWAP, ALHC. Okay, it's challenging the VWAP just over the whole number. The high today is 1434. But looking left, I mean, then the next high is 1531. So there's got some room here. ALHC has some room. Well done, William, on your Ulta. Obviously got down to where you wanted it to. Okay, this one's getting hit hard, guys. MLYS, great volume. Not a huge float, not low, but not huge. I'm sorry, not high, but not low. SDOT open. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, I got up to 8 something. Wow. And it looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, just got halted again. SDOT just got halted again. I mean, the news, I just don't really see what the news was other than this entering into a definitive agreement. I mean, that's it. I guess, well, that doesn't really matter what the news is now. I mean, traders love it around the world. 1,200 times normal in terms of volume up to this time of day. Yeah, the SPY is not having a nice day now. Okay, we had that little glimmer of hope right there on that bar, that the 930 open through the VWAP. Okay, but now we are starting to get some giant red bars. How's Bitcoin doing? 66,000. Wow. I mean, wasn't it? When was it at 80 odd thousand? It must have been up here, I guess. So today is an interesting day to look at the large cap gainers, guys. Why? Because with the market doing what it's doing right now, for the time being, anyway, we don't know, how much longer that's going to continue. But these are large cap gainers. Okay, there will not be that many of them. Let me just open this top list. Look at that. There's only three meeting the filter requirements today, and that makes sense because of what the market's doing. So these are running, completely contrary to the market. Large cap stocks running contrary to the market. So here's one Fastenal. Fast is just over the whole number. It's been ramping up. Not an earnings play. No idea why this is moving. Don't see any news on it. Interesting. It's got through the 200-day moving average yesterday, and it's leaving that behind. That blue line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day. Yeah, I was looking at this one, potential buying this one just over that 14 level, the ALHC, but didn't really jump off that 14 like I wanted it to, and now it's starting to drop ALHC. So I'm just going to, it's going to be for me to go long anything. It's probably going to have to be something like a low floater that doesn't care what the market's doing, or maybe one of these large cap stocks that are bucking the trend. Whoa, what an alert. I missed this one completely. How did I miss this one? I'm talking about the Lays, LASE from our AIs. 362, $4 now. So this is a great definition of an alpha stock right now anyway, guys. Doesn't care what the market's doing. Does Lays care that the market's doing this? Nope. Well, it was also an AI play right at 949, 362. 362 was an AI play from us. So SDOT resumed, and that's the first pullback so far, and it just got halted. So that is it for a while anyway, because now your next open is underneath that halt price, 734, 673. Doesn't mean it's over forever. Well, forever for today, but trading's easy, isn't it? Look at this HTCO. So it got halted, huge pop up, and now look at the big drop down. Trading is really easy. All right. So the AI beat Dan by a little on the lays. The monthly high is 5. So there is room in theory to 5 on the monthly chart for LASE. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. LASE is not shortable for me. Okay, once it finally runs out of steam, it is not shortable for me. Okay, a little bit of a rebound now for the SPY anyway, 754. So the VWAP is up here. Can't quite see what it is, but it's testing the VWAP again. So Meta is having a decent day, I guess. This is a two-time long Meta. Meta's up a little over 2%, the stock. So a way cheaper way to play it if you thought that Meta was going to keep moving higher, the stock. Okay, this is a two-time long, and obviously he's got a room. He will have the same sort of percentage move or room that Meta has, the stock. Is there any news on Meta? Well, I don't know if this constitutes news, but they want Meta's new AI agents to run your whole business. So I don't know if that's news. Meta launches enterprise-focused AI business agent to automate daily operations. Okay, well, I guess that is news. That's what's causing the little pop. But again, FBL, if you thought Meta was going to keep moving on that news, is a way in which you can a lot cheaper way to play it. But remember, if Meta the stock moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. Well, they do have an after hours channel, but what I was, look at the WCT, by the way. So that actually has come all the way back. I don't know if you're here. You probably were listening to me. This bigger scanners from the start of the race really captures those moves. Okay. It works in the post market. So if you're watching at 4 o'clock Eastern time, you can see some big moves. That's where I saw the XOS. Okay. We do have a post market channel, but well, I'm using this all day anyway. Okay. This biggest scanners from the start of the race. And XOS at 4:15 had a massive move. I took advantage of a little bit of it. I don't typically trade the post market, but I was sitting at my computer at 1 o'clock my time, and I was watching, and I saw the XOS. I said, "Wow!" And then, but there were others. There were Lays was another one. So, I was just saying that, and Stack was another one. I mean, this has had just a tremendous move. I mean, we do have a post market channel. I'm probably you would have seen it there too. But if you're going to use this, why not? Because it works pre-market, market hours, post-market, and that's what I'm talking about. Where is it? Yeah, right here. I'm sorry. So you see that? Look at that move. That was at 4:15. Yeah, well, that's the 4:15 bar. I mean, if you had a 5 minute, I was looking at a 5 minute, but look at that move from about I don't know. Let's see the price from about two, basically doubled. But you didn't. This is a 15 minute. On a 5 minute, you were able. I think I was able to get somewhere around the three mark. And there was news. I mean, usually a spike like this means there's some news, and there was some news on it. It was just an idea, okay? If you're looking for, I mean, we do have a post market channel, but again, if you're in here, if you've got this one anyway, you could just watch it at 4 o'clock, and you'll get some of the big moves. Now this is pulling back a lot. Not sure. Well, there are shares. There are shares available for me. Hmm. I didn't realize that. I didn't think there'd be shares available to short for this XOS for me at Interactive Brokers, but there are a lot of them. Too late now. The time to have done it would have been seeing it at the VWAP, seeing how it could have taken it right around here. You know, definitely a clearance of the VWAP. Put your stop just over the VWAP and see what. Now that would have probably you would have, you know. So if you'd taken it on the 730 before it pulled up at all, we got down to 641. Definitely take some off here, if not all. Do I not? Don't you have IB? Maybe I'm wrong. This IB has no shorts for LAs, or are you just doing a paper? Oh, which one? Okay, Pepe, listen up. Celsius, CELH on the way down. Okay. Next low looking left is 29, around 29. Hmm. You get that? You got that through Trade Ideas? Trade the Pool? But I thought I see Trade the Pool. It was something that we had some kind of a deal with. I thought Trade Ideas did. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, guys. XOS is now starting to maybe find the bottom, but it's still way under the VWAP, which is okay. I mean, if you look at the VWAP as maybe a bit of a magnet, I mean that's okay. All right, this one is now halted. WYHG, and you're in Canada. You're in Montreal, right, Dwayne? Or Montreal? WYHG, the Wing Yip Food Holding Company. Okay, halted on the way down. Looks like. All right, guys. I mentioned Macy's in the pre-market. This is an earnings play, but it is now starting to sink a little bit. It was up. It was up in the pre-market. Okay, this has got some room, guys. Mini-Med, the next high is 1523 on the weekly chart. Mini-Med, that is MMED. And any reason why this move rises on Q4 sales, Abbott partnership expansion? We don't have an earnings date for them, so were they out of? Oh, it is the state. Sorry, I'm just wondering why we don't have an earnings date. Excuse me, an earnings date for them. So that's MMED. That could be interesting. It's got a lot of room on the weekly chart. Anyway, holding over the whole number. The spread. I was watching it. It was 1410, 1420, and then all of a sudden they just dropped that bid. I don't like it when they do that. 1397, 1413. So right now, so we're going to have to. You see, yeah. I mean, I just don't like it when that happens because you never know when you get into. I mean, right now, see, this is what I was talking about. Right, a second ago was 1411, 1417, and they dropped the bid to 1397. So all right, Keel. This is another one that came out of nowhere for me anyway. It looks like this is a lifetime high. Looks like this started trading as Keel, perhaps. It's hard to know sometimes, when you see these, you see it. It's hard to believe it was an IPO, but at that price, it is a big float, 500,000,000 in the float for Keel. That's a big move, pretty big move for 500,000,000, 4%. All right, guys, it is now 10:09, a little late for me. I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Oops. All right, guys, so on my homepage, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas if you want. You can get 15% off the first month only, S dot on the move again, guys, back over 7. First month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that works for both our standard and our premium plans, okay? Well, I ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the trading room. And the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now, YouTube is so dead. I guess it's fine if you just want to hear me and listen to me, but there's virtually no interaction amongst traders. So if you're looking for that, you can come into the trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube and you're wanting a lot more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room. It's free also. A couple of perks. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, you can come into this room. I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why at 6:45, that'd be 3:45 my time, a little early. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Then I go to 2, sometime between 2 and 2:30. Obi hasn't been keeping the room open afterwards, so Maybe he doesn't want to do that anymore, and that's fine. But both of them are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, that's something I cannot answer, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. Scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. Education. So if you've taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on that education section, the more info, and we have something called the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. So this is mandatory if you've just taken out a subscription. Do yourself a favor. It's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. We try to, getting started, keep it simple with these 12 short videos covering the key elements of the program. And if you don't have the program though, I would start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Series of 15 videos, and it's all free. And all of this, by the way, we had a couple of questions the other. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in either of these two rooms. Okay. And or obviously to look at this or to have access to this. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, click on that center section, the custom scans. So here are the large cap gainers right here. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here, or biggest gain. This is a volatile race. Notice that percent move right there, 16%. It's not often you'll get anything in this race that's even over 1%, but we can see the DRTS is, and it's also in both. It's in both. Why is there a different percentage? That's because these races started at different times. So, and the other thing is, if you load either of these two races right now, don't think you've done something wrong. If you say, well, wait a minute, I don't see that top 10 list in either. That's because your race, whenever you load your race, so it's 10:13 Eastern time, that's when your race starts and to develop a top 10 list of your own. Okay. And the top 10 list is made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And I run this race starting in the pre-market whenever I load Trade Ideas, and it can run all day, right through and including the post-market. And that's what I was saying before. You can get some amazing moves in the post-market. Upside versus downside movers, I'm also sharing that. Pre-market actives up and down, that's what I use in the pre-market. And Halts Resumes is down here, obviously very active every single day. And then these are 4 scans that I've also got. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, Pepe combo scan, and the William up down. So any questions about anything, please don't be shy. Like asking questions keeps me engaged. So how about that DRTS? Let's take a look at it. Won the last race. Wow, when I saw it, it was like 10:40. So is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. It's out of every time I see this, I think it's a frat, Alpha Tau. Anyway, it's an Israeli stock. Not a low float, 72 million, not high, but certainly not a low float. The Borg guys, BWA. So what a run. This is an all-time high. I remember seeing this one back in earlier this year. or last year. And but then, this month right here, and it's one of these sleepy ones in my opinion. I mean, I've heard about this company forever, but I mean, all-time high now. Look at the run it's been on from 59 to 78. That's what's that about a month-long run? Whoa, and S dot was, yeah, was making another move higher, but then it just got halted on the way down. All right, now we've had a pullback for the lays. Now there would be a great pullback area. It's a little bit above the VWAP right now, but maybe even underneath 4 right now, but it's getting close to the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can take a look at this LASE, see how well it holds. Does the VWAP act as support? That's that purple line on my chart. It's around 370. So this one is on the way down. Chipotle. I don't think there's Chipotles out here. Maybe back east, as we call it. I don't think there's Chipotles in Vancouver. Never seen one. But CMG, not an earnings play. Getting close to that whole number. So will that whole number support it? Yum Brands upgraded, Chipotle downgraded. Wall Street's top analyst calls. Well, Diego, if you're putting a 5% stop loss, I mean, it's not really based on anything, is it? It's just sort of you just sort of pluck that out. What's it based on? I mean, look, you want to trade that way, that's fine. Not the way I trade. I like to have a look at a chart and look where I think there could be some support. If it broke down through that, I want to be out. So it's not like I just put a flat percentage. All right, guys, I'm watching Liz. I want to see if this takes back the 4 level. It looks like it is wanting to bounce somewhat. I mean, it's bouncing somewhat now. I was hoping to get closer to the VWAP, but it did not. Well, support, my idea of support, Diego, and your idea, and PJ's and Williams and anybody else in this room could be very different. Okay. You can also even, check out the VWAP. Yeah, that could be a support area. Okay. So, I mean, if you took Lay's right now, I mean, it's a little far from the VWAP, but if you took it right now and you said, okay, I'm going to put my stop, underneath the VWAP as an example, my suggestion is that you practice in the simulator, different ideas of trading. You might have, I mean, you probably, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that could act as support, that you think could act as support. Steve Gomez uses the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. When I look back, it's not so much, it is looking back to see where a stock could go, okay, before it hits the next high if I'm going long. And I look on a daily chart, a weekly chart, a monthly chart. Hopefully I see it on the daily. That just tells me if it's got room to keep running for me. And then if I'm shorting, I'm looking left to see where the next low is. So it's not so much that's not like what I will call support or resistance. It's just where if I'm going to take a trade, I want to make sure that it's got enough room to run before it hits that next high in the daily chart for me. Does this show dark pools? No, in our YouTube room. That's why there's no like absolute definition of support or resistance. People, I have a different, my idea could be very different. I mean, look at the SPWH. Okay. SPWH, I mean, this could rip. It's an AI play, but when I looked at it, I saw that high right there. I see that high right there in the weekly. I don't like it enough. Okay. Had the highs been, in the weekly and getting in at 153, say been at 2, maybe I would have been more enamored with it, but I looked left and I didn't like it. Doesn't mean it's going to stop though. So FSLY guys, I was watching this one yesterday and it pulled back all the way underneath underneath 20. It is popping. Why was I watching it yesterday? I have a price alert set up here around I mean, it may not hit it today, may never hit it. But you look at this FSLY, the high yesterday was 22. The high right there is 22.89. You got to go back up here. It was an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings, but you can kind of see if it can take this out at some point in time, which is the 22.89. Look at the potential fill. Now, I'm not saying it would get anywhere close to this. It even if it took this out, doesn't mean it's going to attack this area, but it is definitely trying to crawl off the bottom anyway, and that's the FSLY. All right, guys. Lay's LASE is really trying to hold this 4 level. Looks like it anyway. I'm going to dub this the wild trader of the day, guys. USAR. Why? Because in the pre-market they announced that they we're receiving up to, now it could be a dollar, but up to $1.5 billion from a branch of of the government. I think the commerce branch or something. And look at the pop it had, all the way up to 32.77 and actually 32.80. But then the market opened and I mean, it's gone negative. It's actually gone negative. Vida, guys, VIDA. So this is broke over yesterday's high, getting over 6. Let's see if this can hold 6, okay? Vita, VIDA. Very low float, 4.5 million in the float. Well, so far not holding 6. Also the spread, a dime. I don't like that on a $6 stock. All right, VGNT pulling back into the VWAP. Okay, VGNT pulling back into the VWAP. Will it hold it? 47.51. The VWAP is at 47. Well, we've got, remember, two VWAPs. Okay, 47.18, and then using pre-market data. Hard for me to see it. Looks like it's around there. Spread is the same on all platforms. Yes. Well, it should be. Yes, on any major platform. Yes. I mean, I can't speak. I mean, maybe they're out by a penny or two, different. I mean, I'd have to ask. If VGNT right now is at 47.35, 47.67, but I'm pretty sure on major platforms it's going to be the same. Depends on the stock, perhaps, but well, let's do it. VGNT, put it up, get it up in Webull. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Just out of curiosity. Because there's a big spread for this one. Can you bring that up? VGNT on Webull. Only 15 cents. I don't know what to say. I mean, that's a big difference. I mean, right now this is about 25 cents. Somehow I will trust Interactive Brokers. Okay, here's another one, guys. It's pulling into the VWAP. Okay, SVCO pulling into the VWAP. Boy, I mean, SDOT is a whippy thing. Oh, 624 and now back up to 730. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, I'm going to click from new from the toolbar. I'm going to click on new, then dock channel bars. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more, and then down to sector status. So in this top list, these are the sectors that we're following. Okay, so you can see XLE is the top sector now. SMH is still, it's still positive. That's what it was in the pre-market also. And if I scroll down, I bet you silver is the worst one. I'm wrong. NLR. So yesterday, uranium stocks were going crazy. This is uranium and nuke. What's the volume like? Still not a lot of volume on this one, but there's silver. Silver was in the pre-market anyway, was the worst sector. So this is at a glance. You can kind of see what the best sector is in terms of it's changed from yesterday's close and the worst one. Now here's some individual sectors right here that we have, some of the major ones. So what I would find interesting is, so here's energy, okay? 89% of them are up, but there are some that are down. Let's see, let's go down here, see if there's any, not down a lot. Um, here's retail, CarMax. Is this an earnings play today? No, it isn't. Well, it doesn't appear to be. CarMax is not an earnings play today. KMX up 7.5%. And if you go down here, Ulta, there's a Williams Ulta is down 6.3%. Carvana is down 4.4%. So what I'm, so this is sort of bucking the trend a little bit because I mean, 60% of the stocks that make up retail are down. What's okay? How about this one? What I'm really looking for, you see, like here's communications, 83% are down. Be interesting to see the ones that are up, but especially if they're up a lot. This is not the case. Electronic Arts is up, 0.2. But the bottom line is this: you could look at this, and say, you know what? What a great way to use trade ideas. Just look at these sectors. Take a look at the top performing stock in a sector versus the worst performing, and perhaps find a way to trade them. Okay. Morning, Abdul. Well, I have I'm hoping that just from a trade ideas business perspective, we could get more subscribers. Once this PDT rule changes, but I think it's going to be pretty dangerous. You know what? I shouldn't say that. Well, we won't know until it happens, but it's going to allow a lot more people into the market, a lot more day traders. I guess we'll call them day traders into the market. Why would you say that? Everyone is going to become a bear. The reason I say that is, most people with like low, not a lot of dollars in their account, probably are not short sellers. Boy, USAR just continues to move down. And again, I call this just crazy action today based on that news. Um, Now, it said up to $1.5 billion, so it doesn't mean they're getting $1.5 billion. Maybe they get $1, but seriously, it's 1.6 billion, excuse me, 1.6 billion. There's your low. There's a daily low right there, 27.37. I have to put a price alert in that area. I mean, and see if it bounces up, if it gets down there, see if it bounces from there. Okay, I hope it is just one scan. It's not your entire layout, right? Ah, biggest pullback winners. Okay, let's take a look at it. You took that from me, didn't you? Which is okay. That's okay. That's the reason. Okay. If you uncheck that live during market hours, that's what I thought. If you check live always, then you'll get pre-market. Well, you won't get pre-market because I think the relative volume filters in here. Yeah. So if you wanted to get pre-market, and I don't think that affects the post-market having that current volume. I don't think it does, but certainly you just have to uncheck this, okay? Time frame, you have to check live always. Live during market hours basically, well, it means 9:30 to 4. Okay? So just uncheck that, check live always, and then you'll get the after hours. Okay? Make sense? I actually have it up and running. Well, then you might have to get rid of the relative volume also. Okay? Zero that out because that's the only thing that's stopping it. It could stop it. Okay? So for some reason, I thought it didn't matter in the post market. Well, what I would do is I would keep it during market hours. Well, between 9:30 and 4, because you want to see active stocks. You know, that's what I do. I actually have it up and running, but you might want to just delete, like just delete the number. Okay, and then it should work after hours if you do that, and also, of course, make sure that you check live always because there's nothing else that should be blocking it. But you know what I want to do, just out of curiosity? All right. Well, that's all I did. Okay. I went to yesterday at 4:40. Okay. And I wanted to see if we got anything. So, and I didn't remove I don't think I removed the relative volume. Yeah, I did not remove the relative volume. All I did was, so you say you tried it and you did, and it did not work. Well, you can see what I did. I'm demonstrating right in front of you that I just put it at 440 yesterday after hours. That's the second. June the 2nd at 4. I just picked, anything after hours, and this is what I found. Okay. And just making sure. Okay. Making sure all you have to do is live always. Now, this is not checked now because I'm using it as an historical date, but okay. I don't think you have to get rid of the relative volume. You want to use it in the pre-market, you do, but I don't think you have to get rid of the relative volume if you want to see it after hours. I mean, I'm just showed you right here. Okay. I may start using something like this a lot more. I might try to turn myself into more of a pullback player, pulling back into an area. I'm just finding that some of these little ones. I mean, this can be used for pullback plays. This one, no, though. I mean, these are stocks near the high of the day. So maybe what I should do is just put some kind of a price alert on a pullback area. But see what I've got here. I've got just a variation of the pullback winners, but I'm pulling it back to the VWAP. Okay, pullback winners to the VWAP. So what I'm seeing now are stocks that are going to be pulling back to the VWAP. What you've got here, I mean, some of them are pulling back to the VWAP, but it's not necessarily that's what they're doing. That's why you're getting more than I am in mine in this one. It's funny, most of these are pulling back to the VWAP, even though and this is the change in 30 minutes. So these are still strong stocks that have moved down though in the last 30 minutes. Ranking them, I've sorted on the change in 30 minutes. There was the Vita that I was interested in. Not an easy trader, guys, but the S dot is now back over 8, but not an easy trader. And but you know what? I mean, if it could shoot through that high. The next, what did it get up to? It got up to 845, and that high right there is 814. So it did break through that. And if you look at a weekly chart, the next high is 12. So boy, it is not an easy trader right now, though. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back after a momentary blip. Yeah, it looks like we did have some kind of a deal with Trade the Pool a long, 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 long time ago, but not anymore. I just confirm that. All right, CGNT earnings play. Okay, CGNT is an earnings play. Um, Obviously not good. Okay, but trying to recover a little bit here at the VWAP. Okay, right at the VWAP. And this is an earnings play, but it got hammered down on earnings. It's the bottom today was a little over 9, but it's hanging at the VWAP right now. Oh man, this S dot looks like it's going to take out the high of the day and just rip. These are well, it's right at the high of the day now. My ideal situation for this would have been resting. Okay, resting. I mean, if you're in this one now, great. I hope it goes higher for you. But resting, just under $8 for a while, and then in the afternoon, look at that. I mean, guys, that's a like from 8:45 all the way back down to 778, just like that. What about PMI? Are you talking? That's not a stock, though, right? You're talking about, or are you talking about this one? I don't look at stocks under $1, but I mean, it's up to 18. That's up a nickel. You're talking about this one? Yeah, I mean, I don't really look at stocks under $1 very often. I mean, had a nice day yesterday for sure. And pulling back a little bit today. So not a low float, 44 million, ton of volume, but I have no feel for this one whatsoever. I'm sorry. I just don't trade stocks under $1. Right now, I mean, if you're looking at it right now, it's underneath the VWAP. So it's giving up the VWAP right there, that purple line. Oh gosh. Did S dot get halted? I mean, look at that. Look at that, guys. I mean, I almost was going to take this, okay, on that break. And then it just flashed right down. And it could happen again. And now it's halted. And halted on the way up. FULC, where could this one go? This is starting to run off 3. And so the high yesterday, this was a hammer down yesterday. The high is 326. I don't really remember what happened. A drug that I think it was a drug that didn't work. Right. They're discontinuing their drug sickle cell drug program, and that's all they had. That's right. Thank you, William. I remember you pointed that out yesterday. It's all they had. But people just looking for bottom fishing plays. You never know. I mean, Poe, you never know if it takes out that high yesterday, 326. Might have a little bit of a run. That's all it is. It's just a bottom fishing play. There's certainly no fundamental reason. That's right. You said it had $5 in cash. So even if they went out of business, they have $5 in cash. Excuse me, 501. All right, here's another one hanging around the VWAP, guys. The STAK hanging around the VWAP. Now, what did this get up to? 292. It's been on a tremendous run. This was a 91-cent stock 2 days, not even 2 days ago. Well, guys, today is Wednesday, and you know what that might mean. Just doing a confirmation. So today's Wednesday, and typically on Wednesdays, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, starts a YouTube stream at noon Eastern, a little bit before, but let's call it from 12 to 1 Eastern time. He doesn't take over my YouTube stream. He starts his own. Okay. And again, the CEO of Trade Ideas. So it's your opportunity to ask him questions. I'm not suggesting you're going to get the answers you want, but you can ask him questions. And before I take off, because I take a break at that time between 12 and 1, Pepe usually is able to scour the internet for the link, for the YouTube link. And I'll post it in before I take off. Which one is that, PJ? I think I saw that SpaceX, they're going to price it at $135. I think that's what I saw. QNT, what do they do? Sound like a quant? It should be if it isn't. No, they've hit on a great symbol. Let me take a look at it and see who is involved. 5 cents? No, not. I don't think 5 cents is terrible. I know it's a cheap stock. I don't think 5 cents is terrible, but that's up to you, of course. All right. Well, yeah, we've got a lot of big guys at QNT. So JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, Evercore, et cetera, Bank of America. A lot of big guys behind this one. 26 million and projected open somewhere between 53 and 55. Okay. And 26 million coming out. So, yeah, here's another pretty big one. Well, pretty big one in that some big guys behind this, SafePoint, SFPT, but it's a little more palatable for me. Only 16 million shares between 15 to 17, but some big guys, Deutsche Bank, Morgan Stanley, etc. Some other ones. Might have to take a look at some of these now, guys. No cheapies. Well, this one, MOT, it's an uplisting. That's next week, though. Now, why would Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan and Barclays be behind this one? FRBT, 7.9 million between 18 and 20. And here's another cheap one, guys. Riku Dining. That is in theory next week. So what I'm going to do is put some price alerts on all these and see if they, especially the cheap ones. But I'll actually, I mean, this one here, SFPT. That's sort of interesting. I mean, look who's behind it. An earnings play. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room: what constitutes for me an earnings play? Any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday or this morning. That's an earnings play for me. Okay, because typically that's when when a stock, especially some of these stocks, you don't really read that much about. Every 3 months they have to release earnings, and very often on those days, that they're going to be going wild on the upside or the downside. Here's CGTN. I don't mean nobody's ever heard of CGNT, but it's not on. I don't think most people are not talking about this one, but it's an earnings play down 18%. Okay. So the indicator is just, I mean, we have, to give you an idea. Do you have trade ideas, Paul? So we have an earnings filter, earnings date. So if you put minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max, and you're looking at it today, that means that it released earnings after hours yesterday. That's what the minus 0.25. And the 0.25 means it released pre-market. Now, if you put 0.75 in there, you'll capture also the pre-market plus 0.75 will be those that are releasing after hours today. I don't care so much about them. I just want to know the ones that have released. But that's completely up to you or anybody else watching this. But that's the filter that you can use to find the earnings plays. And again, usually that's when a lot of these companies lie dormant for 3 months, relatively dormant for 3 months, not a lot of trading, and then they have to release earnings. And if they're really good or really bad, usually you're going to get you're going to move that day, maybe even a couple of days, a continuation. All right, guys, 11:02. So I'm just trying to confirm. Steve is asking Dan if he's going to be doing his YouTube thing today. What do I think about Qubit? QUBT. Haven't seen that one for a while. Let's take a look at it. QUBT. Well, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. So if you want to go long, I mean, it's the VWAP is, it's not that far away. It's the trend is weak right now. To me, I mean, it's been messy. I mean, it had a huge pop and then the big drop. Kind of messy for me anyway. But so if you want to go long, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP, so that could easily stall it. Well, it's a quant, yeah. But you can see it's weak. Now, will this hold it? I mean, the 1155 mark, maybe that's well, weak. It's moving down. I mean, it's moving down. I mean, it's a weak. It's underneath the VWAP. So it's weakening. It's down for the day, 5%. It's down for the day. So it's certainly it's not anything anybody really wants to buy yet. Listen, but if you thought it was good, go ahead. Okay. So here's QMCO, a big now, a quant. You're talking about a quant. Well, this is a lot stronger, obviously. It's had a fabulous run. Big day yesterday. Still, but look at this. It is starting to maybe, well, I mean, it's already falling a bit, but it's also right at the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? The VWAP's around 1386, 1380. Again, there is a difference. Remember, if you're using my line right there is, and it's not that much different from the VWAP that is stated here. That VWAP does not use pre-market data. I'm using pre-market data for this line. I don't think I have a choice when I add the indicator. I don't think there's actually a choice. There's no choice to say, do you want to use pre-market data or not? But it's not so different. Sometimes it can be, especially if a stock is trading a lot in the pre-market. That's why I would always want to be using pre-market data. Why not? Based on the definition of what the VWAP is all about. If a stock has a ton of volume in the pre-market, why wouldn't you want to have the VWAP reflect that? All right, guys. Well, I don't love the spread of the QMCO, but it is now just sitting right on this VWAP area. And let's see if it succumbs a little bit to what the overall market's doing. Pretty low float though, also 14 million in the float. So it's a very low float. Come on. Give me one moment, please. Hmm. Oh, also, for my chart. Okay, that makes sense too. That makes complete sense. And of course, I've got pre-market. So it's thank you, Pepe. So if I just out of curiosity, if I'm going to duplicate this. Yeah, I'll keep that 115. Okay. Well, now that I don't have the pre-market, I don't think I have. I think I unchecked it. Show pre-market. Now maybe it takes a while because the VWAP here is 1375, and I'm eyeballing it here at 1395. Unless it takes a while. Let me do another one. WCT. So I have the VWAP here at 265. So it does still, there is still a difference. I shoot, I was going to take some. I got distracted. I should not have done this. I should be out of my short of QMCO, guys. And now the spread really widened on me. So you see what I'm saying, Pepe? I'll do another one, but CPB 2133, 2122. I mean, it's close, but it doesn't. At any rate, whatever, I've been trusting my that line. So if that is pre-market, great. Okay, so I had a question in our about the float. Well, basically, the float is there's no way a stock. Let's take a look at some stock that's up a lot. Well, 48%. Okay, FOFO. There's no way a stock can be up 48%, 38% right there, unless the float is low. Okay, I mean I shouldn't say no way, but it would be very very rare. So the float is the available number of shares that you can trade on a given day. Okay. The float is calculated by taking the number of shares outstanding, then you start subtracting, what the C-suiters, the CEO. I mean, typically it's more. You'll see a more of a dramatic, excuse me, dramatic difference with the larger cap stock. So if I look at Apple as an example, I pick on Apple all the time. Apple has 14 billion shares in the float. Okay, it's going to take a bunch to move this stock. It's moving though. I mean, that's a big move for Apple, even 1.5%. But to get that float value, you take the number of shares outstanding, which is going to be more than the 14 billion. Then you start subtracting what the C-suiters own, the CEO, the COO, the CFO, big mutual funds, because you have to because those entities cannot trade the stock on a daily basis. So that gives you the float. So you can see right there, 14 billion. I mean, yes, it's moved, but you're never going to see, well, never. Rarely you're going to see a move in Apple of 5%, okay? Because it's going to take a lot to move that stock, a lot of volume. Whereas when you take an FOFO, look at the difference. 3.5 million in the float is very low. So look at it this way. This is the supply of stock. And if there's high demand for whatever reason, the stock will move higher, like in a far bigger way percentage wise. Supply, it's all about supply and demand. For whatever reason, the demand for this one right now is high. Okay, and the float, the available number of shares is low to trade. It's not a great example because the float hasn't really turned over much, but take a look at another one. Well, how about the XOS? Yeah, it's a pretty low float. 8.6 million, 8.6 million. There are some that are super low, like even under a million shares. But the lower that number, if there's demand for the stock, that's what can happen. Now, the minute the demand dries up, in other words, the buying dries up, the stock can drop very, very rapidly. So that's why, you've got to be extremely careful when you're in a low float stock. You can't walk away. Well, guys, moment of truth right now for USAR. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that 28 mark. Well, and again, when you talk about taking benefit of the float, I don't have float filters. Okay, I just know though that a stock that's up 13% more than likely is a low float stock. You know, it's let's see what it is here. I'd have to click on, oh, well, S dot. I'm sure it's a low float stock. Yeah, I mean 652,000. That's ridiculously low. You know, if you'd ask, years ago, you would never see a stock. I used to think 20 million, well, 20 million and under is still what I consider a low float stock. But now there are so many stocks that are under a million. That is ridiculously low. It's the only way a stock can be up 137%. And it was up a lot more when it was up here. Look at the volume, 40 million. And the float turnover 62 times. So if you multiply 62 by 652,000, that's you're going to get the 40 million. So, there's high demand for whatever reason, low supply. That's what can happen. Think about any other commodity. All of a sudden there was a potato famine, okay? And not very, but people want potatoes. Well, what's going to happen to the price of potatoes? They're going to go up. But all of a sudden, if there's a bumper crop, what's going to happen to the price of potatoes? Go down. So it's all about supply and demand. Okay, so that did that make sense? And these are higher float stocks. I mean, well, they're not super high, but 50 million in the float here. That's why you typically do not. I haven't gone over this, but I've opened the top list before. There's not that many in this top list. Open this top list, it's full. Okay, full. The reason being, I've got a few filters in here that prevent stocks from showing up. One of them is a minimum float. That's because I want to see large cap stocks in this particular race. This race, I don't have a filter. It's not that I'm looking for low float stocks, but I mean that typically for a stock to be up a big percent, it's going to have a low float. Still no confirmation about Dan. Okay, if Dan is going to do a YouTube stream today. So if he doesn't do a YouTube stream today, guys, then we're going to have dead air in our YouTube room, unless one of the other traders wants to do it, which I doubt. Still in this QMCO short, guys. I'm not happy. I don't like this spread. I'm just hoping that that ask catches up to the bid a little bit. That's why I'm just sort of pausing right now, watching. Yes. Okay. Finally, it's catching up a little bit. All right, guys. So what I'm going to try to do is induce it downwards. Yeah, you talk about the WCT. 2.7 million in the float. Look at the relative volume, 15,000 times normal up to this time of day. That's what that filter is all about. It is time of day sensitive. So 15,000 times normal volume at 11 up to 11:22 Eastern time. And a lot of times you might look for some news on this. You're not going to find any. It's just one of these, China low float plays that groups around the world have piled into it for whatever reason. All we try to do is piggyback for a bit. Yeah, I mean, you'll drive yourself crazy sometimes. You say, "Well, why is this happening?" And sometimes you can find a little bit of news, and a lot of times you see the news and you say, "Well, come on, does that warrant the fact? Should this be up 55% because of that news?" Doesn't matter what we think. I don't even know if there is any news on this one. I mean, it had news on the first regarding $125 million in orders from an expanded partnership with GCC, whoever they are. So that caused that was this day right here. This was a sub $1 stock, and now it's just ripping over a dollar. DBGI. The high yesterday was 119, but look where it closed. I mean, this you got to be so careful. I mean, 119 was the high yesterday. Look where it closed. 67 cents. All right, here's another one, guys. Pulling into the VWAP. Okay, MX pulling into the VWAP. Yeah, I went to McGill. That was pretty good. MX guys, this is underneath the VWAP here. Shorts available for me, but I would never take this, as you know, unless it took out 9. Um, and again, this is from. I am going to try to turn myself into more of a pullback player, guys. Okay, I really am. I'm still going to be interested in these, no, but these are stocks right at the high of the day. But I don't mind taking a look at a fast, but putting a price alert at some kind of a pullback. And I've got a couple of top lists that are designed for pullbacks. Okay, there's one that's and these are all now. The other thing I should do, if I'm going to do that, if I want to play the bounces, so for instance, this is so here's the CGNT, for instance. So these are stocks that are down but have got into the VWAP. But if it pulls back into the VWAP as an example, Poe, and to see whether or not, and okay, so for instance, this is an example of a stock that is pulled up into the VWAP, okay, and will that act as resistance? Okay, that's the whole idea of this, pulling up into the VWAP, and and it's a weak stock. Okay, these are weak stocks pulling up into the VWAP. And these are not alerts. These are top list windows that show you the stocks that are doing that. So I may abandon this one for a while anyway. The large. I'll keep this one up and running because obviously these are the well, they're the most interesting plays of the day for sure. Not the easiest, but they're most interesting because of the percentage move. Well, I escaped the QMCO guys. It did not really. The bid ask was driving me crazy. Uh, made a pittance on it. So here's the DBGI. And again, the high yesterday, it's very. So you can kind of see that if it could get through, the 129 mark, then you've got 150 and 173 or next areas. So Steve has not been able to get a hold of Dan, but he's assuming he will have a live feed. He'll start a YouTube feed at around noon when I take my break. We'll find out within about 25 minutes. Usually we have a link for his stream at about 5 to 12 Eastern time. So this one is a lot like the QMCO guys. Strong stock that is pulled back into the VWAP just a little bit under. The only thing I can say about this one, the spread is a little better. It's only 4 cents, at least right now it is. Okay. Yeah, I never, ever, ever talk about. I don't know how many. Well, YouTube. I mean, thank you, El Turu. You're always putting a like in there. So, what is it again, William? Like, recommend. What are all the things you should do if you like what I'm doing in YouTube? Yeah, I tell you, it's going to be really interesting tomorrow. Well, it's not. I don't think it's going to be instant, but yeah, let's be with in your country, the PDT finally being eliminated, just to see how many new people come in. Like, share, subscribe. Okay, like, share, subscribe. LSS. Thank you, Pepe. Trade Ideas had its biggest boost in subscribers during the pandemic. Why? Because we had all these kids at home that got these $2,000 checks a month, and they put it into the market. We had a huge boost in subscribers during the pandemic. So you never know. Maybe with this PDT being erased in your country, we may get introduced to a lot of new traders. The blue window here, you're talking about the halts. This is the halts resumes. These are stocks that have been halted, and then oh, the other one, the other blue window, the other blue window. Hmm. You're stumped me on that one, Hamdi. What other blue window? I don't see another blue window. Oh, when I flash this one. Oh, I see. This is from Interactive Brokers. If you're talking about this one, oh, I see. Okay, sorry. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So you can see when a stock is halted. There's the halt price, JLHL. I don't just use it for halted. I mean, when I'm looking to, and this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the spread. Okay, so if I wanted to take FOFO, I'm always looking at my time and sales. That's a terrible spread, 47.69. Okay, so this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker, if you don't have IB, will have something like this. The nice thing about IB is that when a stock is halted, and again, I cannot speak for any other broker. See if there's still a halt. Well, when a stock is halted, you see when this was halted before, you see the halt price, and then this column is trying to show you where it could open. I agree. It's well, it'll bring more day traders because you couldn't day trade. I don't know what you mean by that, dear Dakas. Robin Hood. I mean, any broker allows. Well, again, this PDT rule is being eliminated tomorrow in the states. We've never had it in Canada. Okay, so I have never seen that in IB for me anyway. Obviously, my account is big enough. I would never see that, but I can't tell you. Oh, but you're talking about in the States, right? Unusual. I'm in Canada. Yeah, so it may not be instantaneous. You're right, HLE. It may not be instantaneous that every broker, but I can't imagine it's going to be 18 months. If I don't know, E Trade did it next week, it's not going to be 18 months for the rest of them. Just as an example. No, I've never seen that. Never have I seen that news. Now, typically, I don't trade the same stock that much the same day. I've never seen that though. Uh, okay. The only thing we've seen with IB is not allowing you to trade the stock at all, like the YMAT. You try to trade YMAT. I wanted this one after hours yesterday. I was one of those ones that really moved, but I couldn't trade it because it's one of these ones that IB has decided to not allow you to trade it, but it's got nothing to do. Was it YMAT? I thought it was even a cheaper, like a lower float stock, but I thought it was YMAT. No, what it meant was you could only, okay, listen, again, we're in Canada, unusual. What it meant was that you could only do 3 day trades a week. Okay. You could only do 3 day trades a week or in a 5 day period. Okay. It had nothing to do. So in theory, you could trade the same stock 3 times in and out, but that was it. Speaking of why, Matt, that I can't trade. So where are you getting that information from, Connell? No, Connell. Remember, I like that pronunciation better. In our YouTube room, they are all implementing changes within the next 2 weeks. Where are you getting that information from? Now, but what does that mean, Ozzy? When it says TradeStation says they will change on Friday to the new PDT rule, and but December 20, oh May, well 23.5 is that, and 23.5 is slated for December 6th rollout. What does that mean? I thought I was well December 6th, so maybe you meant 12.5 or something. Oh, 24-hour trading. Oh, 5 days a week. I see. I see. Well, Connell in our YouTube room is saying We bull is tomorrow. Think or Swim is on Monday. So, I didn't know it was going to do this, but mid July, okay, for E Trade, okay. You know what? If you're going to hang around for another 50, I don't have the money machine up and running, okay, Chauncey. But if Dan is supposed to do his, he's the one. He will demonstrate the money machine, okay, okay. So I don't have the money machine up and running. But if Dan is going to do his YouTube stream in about 20 minutes from now, 15 minutes from now, he goes over it in a lot more detail. I can't run it because it really requires constant looking at it, and I just can't do it. And do everything else I'm doing, okay? Okay, guys. Well, look at S dot. I mean, believe it or not, it's kind of basing a bit. Okay. Right here. Okay. There's the low down here of 720, 740. I mean, that for this one, that's a tight range for today. Now, Chris says that TradeStation is going tomorrow. Ozzy. Oh, I see what you meant. So the 23.5 on December 6th. Yeah. So TradeStation is supposedly going tomorrow. We work with TradeStation, as you know, and Chris just says that TradeStation is supposed to go tomorrow. So on the 4th, on Thursday. To me, it looks like they're all going to go very quickly. I can't imagine somebody's going to take 18 months. Well, I'm interested. What time is it now? 11:46. It's a little close to my break, but I'm certainly interested in this short right here. Yeah, I agree, Canal. I mean, why would they delay? They lose clients. I mean, it makes no sense why they wouldn't have it as quickly as they can, eliminating the PDT. You did hear it correctly, Prez. Yes. Um, I did a long, long, long time ago. I think that was sort of the Bible, Unusual, the one by Steve Neeson or Nyson. But yes, you did hear correctly. If you look up here, click on New, or I'll bring up Brokerage Plus, and you can see that we can actually connect now to TradeStation. Okay. Oops. Well, I mean, obviously, it'll introduce a lot of more day trade Canal on our YouTube room. I mean, now that anybody with less than $25,000 in their account now can day trade if they want. So, I mean, that will, in theory, anyway, that should see more action on the retail side. Well, I use bar charts, okay, but I mean, the candlesticks are basically the same. Of course. I mean, candlestick bar charts. I mean, it's basically the same. It's not like there's that much of a big difference. I just like to look at them, the look of them. That's all. More. I agree, William. I agree. It's not going to be. It's not. It might be. It might be absolutely brutal. But I just look at all those people who had those checks during COVID. They're probably not around anymore, but that really, I mean, we had a huge increase in subscribers then. They did have to go back to work eventually. Yes. Well, again, guys, I would probably take this short of grind, GRND, if I weren't going on a break very soon. 11:49 now, just waiting. I got to hope that Dan is going to, if not, then, unfortunately, YouTube is going to go dark for the hour that I take off. Hey, so Pepe's already got a link, and that's pretty early. Let's hope it maintains. Okay, I will thank you, Pepe, as always. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, so he doesn't take over my feed, okay? He starts his own YouTube stream. It hasn't started yet, but the link is alive, but he hasn't actually started a presentation. Okay, so I just put the link underneath that. So for the YouTubers, so you'll see that. There's your link. Okay. And as Pepe already put in the link, I'll put it in again. So there's the link. This is what you're going to see right now. He hasn't started. Okay. He hasn't started yet, but so Chauncey, hopefully you stuck around because he'll go over the money machine in a lot of detail. Okay. So I'm going to put my announcement up. I haven't left yet, obviously, but I'll put my announcement up once Dan gets rolling, or even a little bit before. So again, it's your chance to ask questions you may have of the CEO to the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin. They often ask questions. I'm interested. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, he said that they were going to be working on scans that would give you the buy and sell flags. Okay, that you could create your own scan. See if that's still the case. But I'm pretty sure what he's going to go over is this, at least at some point. If you click on dock channel bar and then buy the lows, okay? He's going to go over this, buy the lows. All right, guys. What do these guys do? This stack. Oil and gas field machinery. Okay. So look at this step here, guys. It's a weak stock. It's down 8%. Look what it did. It got into the VWAP. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, and arguably 10, 50 minutes, 5-0, butting its head against the VWAP. Any move down now, you would think that that will be an interesting short, and you would put your stop just above the VWAP as an example, as an idea. I'm not saying to do it, but you can just sort of see. Look how many times it tried to get through and could not. It's a weak stock. Weak in that it's down 8%. If I were going to hang around a bit, I would probably be looking at this one for sure, especially if it took out 42. Now, these are not rocket chips, okay? These are the rocket chips, but they come with a lot of volatility. Oh, short. Well, for me, if you're listening to what I'm saying, if the stock is it's hit its head up against the VWAP, which can act as resistance, okay, almost for 50 minutes, basically 50 minutes, could not get through. Huh, that's kind of strange, William. Ah, yeah, your ISP, maybe, yeah. Remember, a stock moving up into the VWAP that can act as resistance. If it's moving from above into it, that can act as support. I see Dan is okay. So he's not talking yet, but he's got a display up. So that's definitely going to be and I hear him pounding. So his audio is on. Okay, guys, I am going to take my break right now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if Dan is done yet, but I am back. So, Jandrew, I don't know if you saw my Jandro in our YouTube room asked about where are the exits for the AI. Read what I posted. There are no exits other than, well, I mean, obviously there's a stop. If the stock hits the stop, it'll in theory exit. But you're talking about, we're not talking about automation. Okay. I mean, you don't have to choose, you can choose not to obey the stop. But that is where that is where the stock, in theory, will exit, and also at 5 minutes before the before 4 o'clock, everything gets booted out. But there are no targets. So I looked at the step, and it stepped well, not the wrong way. There's no such thing as a right or wrong way, but it didn't go what I thought it might do. I think it stepped up. Yeah, look at that. So after all, well, I shouldn't say that. I guess if you had taken the trade, actually, that would have worked out not badly. You know, if you'd taken the trade right around here on the short, say 42, I mean, it got down to ah, 40 cents. Not unbelievable, but then it bounced, kept hitting its head against that VWAP again, and finally it broke through. That's not the direction I would have liked to have traded though, because it's a weak stock. I would have liked to have seen it, you really take a dive underneath. All right, guys, let's see. I'm going to take some simulated trades, okay? I want to just do play around with the simulator a little bit. And again, if you want to do the same thing, not the same trades necessarily, but practice in the simulator, just click on new from the toolbar and then brokerage plus. When you do that, something like this is going to appear. This is something I played with yesterday, a short of MDLN. But all you have to do is click on the brokers, and then where it says TI, if it says disconnect, then obviously you click on the brokers and TI paper trading, connect it. Now you're in the trader, in the paper trader. Okay. And then let's take a trade. Let's take a trade on something that, well, let's see if DRTS has more to give. I mean, it's underneath the whole number. No, I wouldn't do that. I would never do that. In real life, I would never do that. If I was going to take this short, it would have been on, this area right there. So I would not do that in real life. So why would I do it in the simulator? Treat the simulator like it's a real trade. What I'm trying to do is maybe find something that is pulled into the VWAP or. All right, so here's one. FO. Well, again, the spread isn't terrible right now. So if I thought, okay, let's take a look at FOFO. Right at the VWAP. I mean, would I take this long? No, I wouldn't, because I mean, you don't know if the VWAP's really gonna hold it. I would probably take the long if it got up to say 590, and then you put your stop just under the VWAP. If I wanted to test it, it's all about testing. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work or not. But you know what happened? Look at the spread. It got stupid again, 20 cents. So it's not something I would take. Trying to find something that is not, not racing away. Maybe something close to the VWAP. I mean, here is one. NVTS is right hanging right on the VWAP, but it's these are difficult. I mean, there's not a lot of things that I've seen today that I really like. You know, up through the VWAP, up at the VWAP. Nothing. Well, this was fairly steady. I suppose if you had taken this on the VWAP break here, 31.58, and got up to, well, that would have been excellent, of course. So any, of course, is a very active stock. I mean, there's the VWAP right down there. But you know what? I mean, it's sort of in a downturn, isn't it? I want to go long something. I can't short this one at Interactive Brokers. I wouldn't take this trade. Let's see. Maybe if it gets back up to say 530, I'll see if I get a price alert there and maybe take the trade in the simulator. Well, TGTX has had a wonderful day, guys. I mean, it's been up 12%. It's been running most of the day near the high. All right. How about PHAT? Kind of a cheap one. It's near the high of the day. There's the, okay, let's just do it. Okay. I mean, the problem is, you look left, but maybe that's not going to stop it. I'll just do the trade. So I'm going to take 400 shares. I'm not trying to do any money management on this one, really, because I'm just going to, I don't, there's the any, but now if I want to put a stop in, yeah, I think it's dangerous if you're new, unusual. Okay. I mean, I know what Dan says, but it could be very dangerous if you're new. If you don't know, if you haven't got a, you're just thinking, oh, I think this is good. Okay, take it. Well, it may work, may not work. Also, Dan has, he's got a big account and he can withstand big pullbacks too. But for fun, let me put a stop in. I want to put a stop in, say 20 cents away, or I'm going to pretend I did do some money management. I'm going to put a stop at $9.98. Why am I doing that? I did that because when I do go over the money management and all, I talk about, say, risking $100 a trade, okay? And I keep the trade size about the same in terms of how much I'm willing to risk. So you can see right there, there's a minus 100. There's the stop, put it at 998. I did that on purpose to make the math simple. I put it 25 cents away. I had 400 shares, 25 cents away. If I get stopped out, 400 times 25 cents, $100. Okay. So that's why I did that, just to make the math simple. As I said yesterday, though, if you guys want me to take some trades, in the simulator, something you might like, the only thing I ask is where's your stop? Okay. If the trade doesn't work, where would you put your stop? If the trade doesn't work. Well, I will disagree unusual. I mean, we all have different trading styles. I mean, there is not one trading style. No matter what Dan says, if that trading style works for him, but it doesn't necessarily work for me or Steve or Chris or Andy, we all could have different trading styles. Okay. There's not one 100% way of trading, in my opinion, anyway. How many times have I said, look left? And, but I've said, just because when I look left, I wouldn't take the trade doesn't mean it's going to. Well, that's him. I mean, but I don't use a lot of technical analysis. The only thing is the VWAP, really, just the VWAP. That's it. It's not like I'm certainly not. But that's him. There's all sorts of different ways of trading. I would never tell. People ask me, well, why don't you use the MACD or the RSI or stochastics or I'm using it and it's working great. Fantastic. I don't think Dan would ever say to anybody, if something is working for you, well, you shouldn't do that because that's not that, I don't do that, therefore you shouldn't. I don't think he would ever say that. At least I would hope he wouldn't. No, I'm sure he did not say, if I said to him, but I'm making money doing what I'm doing, why would anybody say, when I say if a person said, look, I'm making money doing it this way, well, then why would anybody say, well, you shouldn't? That would make no sense. Oh, I'm sure, but I can't believe that he would say, you know what? I don't care if you're making money doing what you're doing. You shouldn't do that anymore. You should only do this. I just can't believe anybody would say that. That there's only one way in this world to trade, and that's my way. He might say that, but I can't believe he would say, if you're making money, I don't care if you're making money. You shouldn't be making money that way. Would that make any sense? Man, look at that stack. No, but I bet you're selective about breaking the rules. I mean, your rules, and you have a big account. I mean, I'm sure you would not tell people because I know what you do. You start adding positions even though it's below the original. But I think that though you're not going in your full position. on that first trade. You're willing to let it go down, take another position, willing it to go down, take another position to get to your full size. Certainly not a way that a lot, like I wouldn't recommend that for new traders, but I don't think what you're doing is taking your full position and then it drops half and you go, you know what, I'm going to take, I'm going to average way down. I mean, maybe you do on certain trades. I don't know. I don't don't follow that what you're doing that closely in those terms. But I mean, do I ever break my so-called rules? Yeah, every now and then. I think a couple of days ago, I took a trade in within the first 15 minutes. I mean, that's sort of a, a rule, if you will, that I have. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, but I think it was the mask. I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? And the only reason I did it, it got halted almost right from the beginning. And then I do have this one way in which I'll take a halt, a stock that's been halted. If it goes down, if it goes back down through the halt price and then pops up through the halt price again, I'll take that trade. And that just happened to be in the first 15 minutes. But typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I would say that 99% of the time, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And that is from my experience, personal experience of not doing well in the first 15 minutes. Otherwise, I would do it. I would trade in the first 15, but my personal experience has just been not good. So why would I keep doing something that, in my experience, is not working for me? And there you go. William in the first 15 minutes makes all his money. But what I ever say, you should not trade, not you, William, but I would never tell anybody, don't trade in the first 15. You can make money in the first 15 minutes, in the first minute, keep doing it. The Indonesian ETF, interesting. You don't have to. Well, okay. First of all, Joey K, if you were new, Jake, if you're new here or new to trade ideas, new to everything, including trading. All right. Well, I'm going to give not new to trading, just new to trade ideas. You're not new to trading though, but you are new to trade ideas. Okay. Then this is what I recommend you do, just to start. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit till you see the education section, okay, the more info, click on the more info. And then scroll down a little bit and you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. These are 12 short videos to get you started. But mandatory you do this. If you've just taken out the program, I know I repeat myself every single day, but it's like any other software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. And so what we've tried to do in these 12 short videos is cover the key elements of the program. Okay. So, I mean, if you've already, downloaded, you don't have to do this, the startup and login, but for sure, alerts and top lists, etc. Okay. Won't take you long. And then I can actually show you how you can what you see on my screen, how you could have on your screen if you want. But do this first, okay? You save yourself a lot of grief. But if you're not new to trading, the other aspect was if you're new to trading, but you say you're not, back to basics. I might as well just cover this because this is good for people who are listening to me anyway. Back to basics is for those of you new to trading, free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. So I usually go over my homepage anyway right now, so I might as well do it, get that out of the way. It's 121 already. Okay, so if a person wants to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas sometime now or in the future, please use my code. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. So all I ask, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room here. Company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Now, I just went over the education section, okay? Oh, also, if you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week is here. Trade of the Week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right here. And we went over the education section, and then the other section are some of the things that I'm currently sharing with people. My scans. These are the two top lists. The two races, the large cap race, and then the volatile race. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes, always active every single day, is right here. But I have other scans that I am currently sharing, upside versus downside movers, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, Pepe combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. So I do have other scans that I don't have them all up and running. And neither should you. You see all these, don't have them all up and running. It'd be too much information coming at you. And I'm talking about anybody listening, not just you, Joy. Okay. So, Alex, we do not have an API to think. So are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? Or do you know what I'm talking about? See, we link with many brokers, okay? And I think this is, first and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner, first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? Now, we've created some ways in which you can connect to your broker. And by using the external linking tool. So if I click on Tools and External Linking, notice I am linked to Interactive Brokers. And it's pretty simple to set up the link. You just basically follow these instructions, add the link, and then you follow these instructions. So you can link to Thinkorswim. You can link to E-Trade. Okay? So what does linking mean for me? All linking means for me is that when I click on a symbol, if I click on TGTX, it loads into my order entry, into my broker platform, and from there I trade it. Okay? Now, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus and trading kind of from within Trade Ideas, you can do it with E-Trade. It's pretty simple. You can't do it with Thinkorswim. So the linking again is just, so do you care about, when I'm talking about Brokerage Plus, I'm talking about this. I think people get confused that, wow, I guess I have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. There's a way in which you can link to E-Trade. Right there. See E-Trade? So you could link to E-Trade. So in theory, you could trade from within Trade Ideas, linking to your E-Trade account. You don't have to, though. Okay, you don't have to. You can just set up what I did, a simple link, so that when you click on a symbol, it loads into your E-Trade platform. If you're used to trading from within E-Trade, I'd probably stick with that. Linking for me is just a huge time saver because, obviously what I do, I'm clicking on a lot of different symbols all day long. So if I saw this halo and I thought, would be a real pain if I had to type Halo in to my order entry into Interactive Brokers, but I don't have to. I just, or Gen B, I just click on it and it's in my order entry. Now, this is not my order entry. This is time and sales, but I've got this all linked. So when I click on PCT, you see how it changes. I have all of my linking within Interactive Brokers. All the windows and screens that I use are all linked within Interactive Brokers, just using the same color chain. It's like most brokers. Can do that. So for me, because I've had Interactive Brokers since 2016, 10 years now, I'm just so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers that trading using Brokers Plus is nothing that I really have to do. So I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm just saying you don't have to do it. I think people get very confused about. So again, two ways. Yes, if you connect to E-Trade in Brokers Plus, and I can give you a link to show you how you can do that. Okay, this is I'm in my simulator. Okay, that's why you see this trade here. This is just a simulation, a simulated trade. So you can connect using this Brokers Plus, which is right up here. You click on New and Brokers Plus, and then this window will pop up. Something like this. You might have different column headers, and then you go to Brokers and you connect, and then when you click on a symbol, it'll load in here, and then you can trade it. Now, automatically trade, not exactly. You have to create your own. You're talking auto trading now, Alex? Okay. So here's where it gets a little more complicated, because you have to create your own strategy. Okay. You see in here, I've got this strategy box. Okay. So you would have to create your own strategy. You would back test it, to see if it's a good strategy, like a good equity curve, etc. And you're willing then to take every single trade that happens without looking at a chart at all. I would never do that, but that's up to you. But you'd have to load that strategy in here. Okay. And I'll give you in the guide. I don't do it. I'll never do it. I'll never auto trade. And then you edit your trading strategy, and you see where it says accounts. E-Trade would be, I guess, one of them. You'd have to connect, and E-Trade would be one of them that you connect to. Okay. But I'll give you, I can show you in the guide. But you have to create your own strategy, and you have better back to. If you think about it, you create a strategy, and if you want to automate it, then it's going to take every single trade or every single alert that you get in that strategy. Are you really prepared to do that? It's up to you. I'm not trying to tell you not to. Very few of our customers do that, but I'm not trying to tell you not to do it. And the back tester. So then connecting to Brokers Plus and not auto trading, okay? So the symbol will load into Brokers Plus, and from there you'll trade it. You're just sort of trading from within Trade Ideas. I know I've got this error message. So for instance, if I had E-Trade as an example, okay, and I'm looking at PCT, okay, it loads in here, and I think to myself, yeah, I want to trade this. So I pick how many shares I want. Okay, drop down, or I type it in. I click and the bid ask is fine. It's only a penny. So I click buy and then send. And assuming I'm connected to my E-Trade account, it'll send it to your E-Trade account. And that's a manual way of doing it. But you don't have to do this. This is sort of, I mean, people like this. I do understand it's sort of pretty, I guess. But you could also just connect to E-Trade using that, the tool's external linking, so that when you do click on a symbol, it's going to load into your E-Trade account. And then you trade it. I mean, that's what I would start with. Okay. I mean, you're new to trade ideas. I mean, you just, then you don't have to it doesn't overcomplicate it. Okay. How do I actually connect it? Because I think you have to watch a video and stuff like that. But, you just tools, external linking, and then add a link, click on the add, and then just follow these instructions. Typically, it's just a matter of putting my pointer, okay, your pointer into your order entry box. And then you see what it says, mouse over the target window. Typically it's in your order entry box, and then you hit the shift key, and that probably will establish the link to E-Trade. I don't know if there's a rule. But the other thing to do if you're brand new, please take a look at the videos, okay? If you are brand new. Now, the other thing, if you have our premium service, this in theory is why you have our premium service, okay? Because you want to have access to the AI. You cannot auto trade the AI, so cannot establish a link to E-Trade anymore since they came out with a web-based version. So that's okay. I gotta ask Chris. Well, it shouldn't matter. I mean, B plus is nothing. No, no, it's not a different. I mean, you're just linking. It's just sort of it's just B plus is just if you want to trade from within the program. That's all it is. I mean, you still have to establish the link. You know, so that external linking tool is, I guess, in theory, that's the same. Unless Pepe tells me I'm wrong. The external linking tool is basically sort of built into Brokerage Plus when you choose E-Trade from within Brokerage Plus. So, Alex, if you want to, once you've done the videos, we do have a couple of swing trading channels. Okay. Now you can build scans for daily, intraday. Well, everything you see here is basically intraday. We have a bunch of channels, theme-based channels. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, I mean, explosive winners. That's, definitely would be a day trading one. The most would be definitely a day trading one. But if you scroll down until you get to traders curated swing ideas, there's some swing ideas here in what's called the Trader Eye, and also swing picks. Okay. So there are two channels devoted to swing trading, swing picks, and the TI Trader Eye. Everything else, though, I mean, this is really a very robust intraday trading platform. I mean, if you have any trading experience at all. So Chris is saying it's not true that we don't connect. I would sort of a double negative of him. Yeah, not to the newest web-based version. Yes, no, I said that. Well, I didn't say the newest. I just said the web-based version. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. But were you able to link using Brokers Plus? Okay, so the Wave is part of the standard service, Joy. Okay, the Wave is part of the standard service. So I'm going to demonstrate how you can get the TI Wave. Okay, and I'm assuming you can hear me, and you're going to see what I'm doing. I'm just going to duplicate this chart to make it bigger. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate the chart so I make it bigger. That's all. So the first thing is, sorry, my music disconnected. So the first thing is, here's your chart. Okay, so when you right click on the chart and use browser interface should be an option when you right click on the chart. Okay, right click on the chart, use browser interface. I'm going to go this step by step, and I won't proceed past this next step until you say, yes, I was able to click on use browser interface. Now, don't worry about the, okay, good, yes. Now, I have the wave on my chart already because I had done that before, okay? But you will not have the wave. Now, the next step is this. Hopefully, I'm pointing at the top here. Can you see I'm pointing at the little anchor? And then right to the left of it is what we call the indicator, the indicators. So can you see that? Okay, great. Now click on the left click on the indicators. When you do that, TI Wave will pop up. Okay, one of the and when you click on TI Wave, your TI Wave it's a toggle on and off. That's why it disappeared. So when I do it now, again, TI Wave, the wave will appear. So did it appear when you did that? It should. Great. Now you got to do it every time frame you want. Okay. I mean, I put it on the daily chart. I don't use it for the daily chart. I only use it for my intraday. But so you have to do that exactly the same step on each chart. And then once you're done, don't forget to save your work. Okay. At the very, very least, if you click on file and then exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load whatever you've got on your screen now? Do you want to load that the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then all the little changes you've made will be saved. Now, for those of you who might be listening and saying, well, wait a minute, I didn't get the icons. I didn't see the icons. Your chart has to be, not you, Joy, obviously you got it, but your chart has to be big enough, okay? Notice I shrunk the chart, and so it has to be big enough to see the icons. Once you enact the wave, you can shrink your chart to whatever level you want, okay, or whatever size you want, but you have to be able to see the icons. And it's just a matter of grabbing either, usually it's grabbing the top or the bottom, just stretching it so you can see the icons. Now, the other thing depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're on. Again, I'm just talking in general now. If you don't see that little icon, you might see FX. FX. That's on a previous version of Trade Ideas, okay? And FX will work the same way. You click on FX, and a little option to click on Trade Wave will pop up. Now, the other thing, Joy, in case you haven't done this, is you might want to take a look at, if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to Channel Bar, and then you see where it says Ripster Rippers. Ripster Rippers is one of the channels. Ripster Rippers is one of the channels. You click on that, and then a video is going to come up, and that kind of explains the concept of the wave. Okay, it's about a 5-minute long video, and it's going to talk about the concept of the wave. Now, if you can't see the video, if for some reason you can't see the video, it's possible that it's being covered by your channel. It's possible. Okay. Oh, you watched it last night. Okay. So you're ahead of the curve then. So William, did E-Trade turn to it's only web-based now? It's only web-based? There's no downloadable app, as I would call it. It's only web-based now? Okay. So who is connected? Who is connected to E-Trade using Brokerage Plus in this room? Ozzy, I think you used to be, or is anybody using Brokerage Plus? I just want to make sure we can still get that connection to E-Trade. I'm sure I'd be amazed if we can't. So what is Pepe saying? No. Pepe is saying no, that is not 100% web-based. I'm confused now. Well, the bottom line is this: anybody who has E-Trade, are you able to connect using Trade Ideas, either through Brokerage Plus or through the external linking tool? Still, obviously, I can't tell because I don't have E-Trade. Okay. But my bottom line is still: is there anybody who has E-Trade using? And you cannot run the old one, so you have to be using their new version. Is there anybody running E-Trade that is able to connect with trade ideas, either through Brokers Plus or just the normal external linking tool. Yeah, I thought Ozzy said but I know he's got different. He's been trying different brokers. Okay, guys, here's a halt here for EEIQ. Well, it's amazing. Nobody has E-Trade in either our YouTube room or in the main room. Nobody has E-Trade that is connecting trade ID. I'm not even talking Brokers Plus, just the external linking tool. Nobody. I mean, E-Trade is a pretty big platform. I mean, yeah, people don't have to link. I mean, but if I couldn't link to a platform, I wouldn't use it. I couldn't use it. It would drive me crazy. I see WCT. Now I've got to go to my keyboard and type WCT into the order entry. It would drive me crazy. If I only, 3 or 4 symbols a day, fine. But speaking of WCT, here it goes. So, guys, William says he will keep the room open after I leave, only if there are questions. So this is a test for you guys, or questions or postings. He doesn't want to keep the room open if nobody's going to say anything. So it's very possible. I don't think Obi is keeping the room open anymore after I leave, so that's fine. Nobody's believe me, nobody has to do it. Okay, but I'll be leaving, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30. Depends on what do you mean by pinpoints them with precision? What do you mean by that exactly? I'm sorry, I do recall you asked that question earlier. But when you say what do you mean by pinpoints them with precision? What does that mean? I mean, so this is the biggest pullback to winners to the VWAP. There's the VWAP. So it is satisfying the filter requirements. But what do you mean by with precision? I don't know why I'm having a tough time saying the word precision. I mean, you can always make changes in the configure if it's not giving you exactly. Well, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as going to say, okay, here's your entry. It's just telling you that it's at the VWAP, right? There's no such thing as, it's up to you now to, you look at this, it's a strong stock pulling it's pulled back to the VWAP. It's kind of gone below it a little bit. I mean, it's up to you now to make up your mind, whether or not you would want to take this trade. It's not going to say, yes, take this trade now. It's just telling you, it's alerting you as to with all the filters that you're using, it's satisfying all the requirements. So when you say it's absolutely wonderful, then what more do you need if it's absolutely wonderful? I mean, an entry here, you'd have to wait. You don't know. I mean, you don't know. I'm just using NVTS as an example. You don't know what it's absolutely going to do at the VWAP. It's sitting right on it. It broke down below it, came up into it. It's been in a bit of a downturn. I mean, this one actually, it's very possible that the VWAP will act as resistance, and this might turn into a better short. If it got down to 31.52 and you put your stop at around the VWAP, 20 cents away, you try it. But there's no guarantee that it's going to do that. Or if it takes out the VWAP, but you don't know. Here's another one. The stack, it came right into the VWAP. Now, if they all worked like this, we'd all be multimillionaires. Okay, if that's all it took was just for a stock to hit the VWAP and then bounce, yeah, it doesn't happen all the time though. But this is a super active stock, and so if you'd seen this, twice it hit the VWAP, came into the VWAP, you might have said, okay, give yourself. Well, it's up to you. You got to give. You might say, okay, the VWAP is here at 316. Maybe let it get up to, I don't know, 320, 324 or so. Let it clear the VWAP a little bit more rather than just, a penny above it. Maybe, and then, try it, take the trade and put your stop underneath the VWAP and see if it works. No guarantee it was going to do this. Okay. I mean, remember what I was talking with the step. I mean, the step, I thought I would have, if I were a betting person, I would have said this would have been a great short. Look what it did. It came into the VWAP for about half an hour, up, 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 up. Finally, it did move down a little bit, but the better play was the break of the VWAP to the long side. Okay, you could have taken that trade. The VWAP is at 42.32. You see three 5-minute charts, not that far away from the VWAP, and then you could have said, okay, I'm going to take the trade right here. Looks like it's broken the VWAP, and I'll take the trade right here, and I'll put my stop underneath. Okay. Yeah. So guys, if there's no interest in keeping this room open after I leave, just I'll just shut the room down. I just don't want to hang around if there are no questions. I'll always hang around if there are questions. Okay, so there's the definitive word. So Pepe says, I guess so. There must be something different with it with B plus. So I stand corrected. But you cannot use the external linking tool. So it's interesting. I'm kind of blown away by that, but okay. I mean, I've been looking at this one, the MLYS. I mean, it's been hanging around the VWAP. The MLYS has been hanging around the VWAP, poked its head a little bit above, a little bit below. It's a weak stock. So I mean, my bias would be maybe to short it, but there, to me anyway, it looks like there's pretty decent support right there around the 24.75. Look at all the 5-minute bars. So would I take this short now? No, because to me, we could get some support right there. But my bias, definitely, it's a weak stock and it's, getting underneath the VWAP again. So I would just sort of say to myself, you know what, just forget about this one. Okay, I never thought of it that way. So you're saying that with Brokers Plus, there would be though Brokers Plus, we cannot link to their web-based version also, or even their newest version. I'm still linking with their, I guess what they call their pro version. So remember, guys, if you weren't here in the pre-market, this biggest gain is from the start of the race. If you're looking for some pretty instant post-market moves, I would have this, okay, for post-market moves. You could see a stock that hasn't been in here all day long. All of a sudden, you'll see it right at the top. Click on it and see what's happening. Okay, you can get some really interesting post-market moves by using this race. Post-market mean after 4 o'clock or right at 4 o'clock. See, I mean, you asked about the NVTS. I mean, it's just it's too choppy around the VWAP. Okay, it's a guess right now which way it's going to go. So I just would disregard. For me, I would just disregard it. I know you asked a question, Hamdi. Well, that got ugly. EEIQ, that got ugly. It got halted. I guess it had a pop, but then a big drop down. Man, one trade for me today, and that's the QMCO a long time ago, and that's it. Yes, it does come with the VWAP. You just add it. If you want to have it on your chart, you just go to your chart. Depending on okay, I'll show you both ways. So if you're using the what we call the browser interface chart, which you have to be using if you're using the trade wave, then if you right click on the chart and then click on indicators, this is the menu you're going to see. Okay, and VWAP is one of the ones you can add. Oh, you know how to get it. Oh, okay. Okay. For those of you who don't, though, the slight difference is if you're using a chart that you don't have user browser interface checked, you still click on indicators. It just looks a little different. That's all. But it's still, here's the VWAP, and you put whatever color you want. But yeah, it's part of the standard service. There's very little that isn't part. I mean, the main difference is for premium is access to the AI. I mean, there are some other differences. I mean, you can have 20 charts with the premium service, 10 with the standard. And if you're into back testing, you have a strategy, you want to back test it to see how it might work, you need our premium service. But the standard package is pretty darn robust. So what I might start to do is try to hang around till maybe the beige book is out. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do that today. The economic indicators or the economic calendar. I forgot to do that. I knew there was something I forgot. Yeah, I mean, I know. Amen. I think you mentioned the alloy. I mean, this is yeah. What an awesome move. This is about almost as good as you get with following the wave, okay? So if you had been fortunate, if a person is fortunate, maybe you took it, a person took it on the break of the VWAP. It broke above. VWAP is here on 1078. It was at 1097 and it hung there. Maybe you took it on the 11 break, okay? Now, you're in this, and from $11, it got up to 12.23. Awesome. Here, right there, is where you would probably take some profit. Okay. The reason why is because it's starting to pierce the wave. Okay. I would not have got out of everything. But I would have taken some profit here, especially if you're down here, and then you hang on, and you get in this case, you get super rewarded by just following the wave. Never turned orange. I can't help you there. You can tell them what you want to do. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com and see what they say. So you want to reduce to the basic package. Okay, give them your email address. Tell them what you want to do, and ask if you can use my Mary 15 code. Okay. They're usually pretty good. Up to me, of course, but I have no access to your account. So, William, maybe we just do a little bit of an experiment. I mean, I'll probably leave, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes from now. If you want to keep it open for 10 minutes, and if there's no action, just shut it down. Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Vide Noir 01. Pepe, my secretary did not tell me to get rid of my message. I'm not on a break. I'm sorry. I've been back since 1, so I've been back an hour. That's my fault for not getting rid of the message. So there's the experiment, guys. So whenever I leave, William will probably keep the room open a little bit after I leave. But if he sees nobody posting anything, then he's just going to shut it down. Okay. What a move. Oh, that's why. Okay. So inclusion into the Russell 3000. Yeah, go ahead, Vita Noir. Absolutely. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should remember that I've got a message up there. I just assumed that you could hear me, but I shouldn't assume anything. Yeah, I mean, my pre-market routine is, quite disrupted now ever since our dog had the accident. So it's very, that's why I'm not, I hardly can do anything in the pre-market. I'm barely able to get in at 9:15. Can I believe you've been in the same trade? Well, then you can't be the same William. You're talking about the Alta trade, right? Oh, a very easy question. I'm glad. Very easy question, Vide Noir. So you can hear me, obviously, okay? So the question was, how do I change the alert sounds for my alert windows? Okay. So let me just duplicate this one. I just want to duplicate it so you can see it better. So I have an alert in my Hulse resumes, and there's an alert window, of course. So if I right click and go to properties, and there's that. So you obviously have an alert right now. You want to change it or a sound alert. So you got to get to this. You click, well, the play sound is obviously you have it checked. You can click on setup sound. So I don't know what you've got right now, but you have the option of, having the text read out to you, either in a female or a male voice, number one. Okay, you could do that. I don't know what your sound alert is right now. Or you could go down here, use custom sound. Okay, use custom sound, and then select the sound. And then we've got 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts, so you could pick another one. I don't know what you're using right now, but you can pick the pig. You got to open it and play it. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and that gets rid of your other sound and uses the new one. So did I go too quickly? If I did, just let me know. We're going to right click down to the properties, to the actions, and then you get this window. Click on the setup sound, and then now at this point you can change it to whatever you want. Subtle ping, you can probably use your I think this will give you a subtle ping. Any one of these, okay? The beep, the asterisk, these are the system sounds, okay? I don't know in the custom sound if there's something, but I have a feeling, I don't think there's anything that's going to be what you're talking about. These are all pretty robust sounds. The bonk might be, or the boing, it might be. The bonk or the boing might be in the, well, let me hear what it sounds like. So that's a boing. And let's see what the bonk sounds like. You know what? I think if you use bonk, I think that's what you want. Okay. So if you, it was just like what I call a little subtle ping. So, so again, right click on your alert window, go to properties, hover over, click on actions, check this. Well, obviously, play sound is checked. Set up the sound. Click on the use custom sound. One of these might work also. In fact, let me click on beep. You might want that. I mean, that's just sort of a melodic. That's it, sort of melodic. They're all the same though. I haven't been able. No, the stop is a little bit different. So you might want to just test these, okay? But certainly the asterisk and the beep and the stop is sort of melodic. Okay, good. Yeah, sorry, I had that message up. You could have I could have asked answered that question an hour ago, but better late than never, right? Look at the move, Moderna. There's a beautiful wave right here from Moderna. You know, it's not a big fat wave. It's fairly narrow. All the bars are touching the top of the wave. They haven't escaped. Nothing wrong with the escape, except that then you look at a 15-minute chart. It's different. So it all depends on the time frame you're using for your wave, of course. But the minute it starts escaping, when it loses contact, that's when I think it's getting a little parabolic. And so if you were in down here, you have to start thinking, I wonder if people are going to start exiting, taking some profit. If you're down here, it's easier to hang on. But if you got in on that break right there, I wonder if IQ is in the room. I think I tuned into Dan right at the very end, the last 5 minutes. And I think I saw you ask that question, IQ. I don't know if he answered you. I don't think he answered you, wanting to have an alert for the buy flag. Look at the explosion here. Look at the volume that's coming in to Moderna. So you can pick and choose what you want, Gilbert. Okay. I don't have a layout that I can give you, but I can show you how you can pick and choose what you might want. So just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to Gilbert in our YouTube room. So you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit till you see the scan section. Okay. So if you click on the view scans, they're not all scans, but these are two races. So this is what you can see. Okay. The large cap gainers is here. The more volatile race is here. And then here's the halts resumes. I am sharing other. No, 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 no. Give me a moment. So I am sharing other scans, but I don't have them up and running. Okay, but I am sharing. Well, this is what I use in the pre-market. The actives up, pre-market actives up and down. There's the false resumes is here. I have something called the upside versus downside movers. I don't have it up and running. I have these also, which I do not have up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad, but there's a momentum scan, a gap scanner, a Pepe combo, and then the William up down. I mean, I call them by the names because I give credit to who kind of created them, even though William is going to say he didn't create this. Okay. So it's kind of a la carte. You pick and choose what you want. As far as the charts are concerned, that's, I think that's a more of a personal thing. The fact that I want a 5 and a 15 and a weekly and a daily and a monthly is not necessarily what you want. Okay. So Gilbert, does that make sense? Also, the thing is, when you click on a link, you know how to get it onto your screen. Anybody else, who's listening, do you understand how? Okay, fine. I've showed you where. So here are my scans. Okay. So if you said, "Wow, I wouldn't mind having this," this one, okay, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, I'd like that. But the fact that I see this, but how do I get in? How do I get it onto my screen? Well, here's what you do. So you click on the open scan. It's this one right there that I want. Open scan. And it's the same for every one of them. So you click on open scan. And what should happen, what happens for me anyway, it overwrites the tab here. It could have created a new tab for you. You'll see it, obviously. Here's the link. Here is the link. So you highlight it. You're highlighting it, highlighting it, highlighting it. Okay, once it's highlighted, I copy it, control C. Like, forget all this. This is too complicated. Okay. I control C. Once I've highlighted this link, by just going to the right edge and just dragging my pointer and highlights it, then I copy it by control C, and then go up to File, click on File in the toolbar, load from cloud. Basically what you've done, you've put it into the cloud, load from cloud, and if you've done it correctly, the link will be right here in this box. Okay, you see how it ends in 561, ends in 561. So that's the link. If you've done it correctly, the box will be filled in. If you haven't done it correctly, then the box will be blank. Now, it's possible you could paste it in, but what I would do is I would just go through the exercise again. And now you just load it. Load, and here it is. Okay, now, so let me know if that made sense for you, Gilbert, and maybe anybody else. Maybe I went too quickly. But just a word, notice what's happened. I've loaded this. Now, in case you wonder, well, wait a minute, it doesn't look like yours. It won't. Your top 10 list is built from when you start the race. I had this race loaded sometime in the pre-market, maybe, I don't know, 8 o'clock. So it's been running since 8 o'clock. So that's how this, but if I just loaded the race, it's going to, nothing, I don't have a top 10 list build. It'll start building from now. Okay. So it's the same with the halts resumes. Okay. You'll only get the very last one in the halts resumes. So yeah, Brandon, so not in a top list, but an alert window. Yeah. I mean, it's been asked, I think IQ asked the question. I didn't see Dan answering. So the question really is, if I have an alert window, it's amazing. I have no alert windows right now, none, other than this is sort of an alert window, but well, it is an alert window. I mean, it's telling me when stocks are halted and resumed, but what you'd want to be able to do is create your own scan, with your price range, your minimum volume, all the things that you want. And then as your alert, you'd like to see the buy flag or the sell flag as a real-time alert. But we can't do that. Now, you can do this. You have no control. But if you click on New from the toolbar, and then Market Explorer window, and this box is going to pop up, okay? You right click, another box is going to pop up. Hover over Select Strategy, another big box pops up. Scroll down, don't click. Another box pops up. Go down to the TI Wave. Another box pops up. TI wave by 5 minutes. So this is a scan designed to find the buy flags on a 5 minute, but there are other filters in place. Okay, it's not just seeing, well, every single buy flag that you see on a chart. Well, you might say, well, why didn't it show up here? There are other filters. Don't ask me what they are. I was asked yesterday. I have no idea what they are. This is, even though it looks like, part of trade ideas and the normal trade ideas, it is not. It was developed by somebody who doesn't work at trade ideas anymore. So it's only on a 5 minute. So if you ask the question, well, I want it on 2 or 3 or 10, you can't do it. Okay, you have to accept this. You cannot adjust the price range. So, but here's MLYS. So at 220, look at FOFO. So you see the little buy flag. See the little buy flag. So at 215, you had a buy flag right there. Now, does that mean you just pile into the trade? In this case, yeah, probably. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, that's how it works, though. Every 5 minutes, basically, you'll get an alert in here. Now, you can't put a sound alert on it, so you'd have to be staring at it. But I will say this: after 9:30, because you can see how active it is right at 9:30. I would probably say forget about it. 9:30. Look at 9:35. Then finally around 9:40, it settles down a little bit. You're only getting a few, but I would forget the ones at 9:30 and 9:35. I mean, you're inundated with alerts. Okay. And you don't have to worry about, well, it doesn't have enough volume. The volume is, I would say this is a little light on the Momo, 131,000 shares. But most of the time, the volume is going to be fine. This volume refers to the candle, okay, the actual candle. And this relative volume is for the relative volume of the candle. So the bottom line is this: if you looked at this Marvel and you say, "Well, I don't want to trade, a $300 stock," then don't click on it. Okay, it's really that simple. Well, you can see right there the volume of it was huge, 570,000 in that 5 minute. Volume is huge today for Marvel. So you can have this. This is part of the standard service. And you will get some triggers in the pre-market. You can, I should say you can. Doesn't mean you absolutely will, but you can. So here's the S dot as an example at 8:25. This is really early. We start getting our data at 4:00, okay, Eastern time, 4 in the morning. That's when we start getting our data. So there were a few in the pre-market, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the pre-market. Okay. So you could take this and incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. When you save trade ideas, when you exit and it asks you, do you want to load this layout the next time? You just say yes, and then this will be part of your layout. And then you just watch it tomorrow morning. Well, that's it. I mean, it's because there are other filters in place. It's not just looking for every time. Otherwise, you'd be inundated with alerts. Inundated, right? So there are other filters in place. I'm sure there's a minimum relative volume. There's probably a minimum volume, and there could be other things, but you cannot create it. The problem is you can't create it. It's not using exactly the same program as like using the filters that Trade Ideas has. Michael Noss, who created it, it was a different program. Okay. And it's only in the 5 minute. You cannot change it to any other interval. But that's what I said, guys. I mean, but I don't think, I think, I have a feeling Dan just ignored the question. Am I right? Well, yeah, you can have daily and weekly, yes, but I'm, that obviously the TI wave is 5 minute is for intraday trading. Yes, of course, you can have a weekly or a daily. Obviously, I don't use it, but should say obviously, but and you have to be using the browser interface. Or these are some. Let's take a look at NOV. Just out of curiosity, I want to see what it says. Now, it doesn't tell you the time. It's just telling you, unless maybe I expand that. No, it just tells you the date. So you'd have to search for the buy flag. Well, yeah, well, there it is. It's right there. So there, here's a buy flag right there for FN. So if you're looking at swinging something, or here's the laser. I just want to check the laser out. Now, it's possible that at the time of the alert, this was a buy flag, but now that this bar is red, it's possible that it has disappeared. Don't know enough about it. Anyway, I don't use the daily, but I guess you can take a look at it. What do I think of LASE now? LASE. Let's see. Not much. I mean, it's obviously in a huge swoon right now. Like, if you mean to go long? I mean, it broke underneath the VWAP. This was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Otherwise, I may have taken a look. The only thing is, okay, I mean, maybe 3 will hold it. Maybe that whole number will hold it. But, I mean, it's been just dumping. I mean, it's still up 30%, but it's been dumping for a long time now. Maybe the, that three level might hold it. But I mean, it's definitely in a tailspin right now. If you were to take this, I think you'd want to have a stop. You don't want to see it get down below 305 very much. But I mean, it's the trend is definitely still weak. If you go to a 2-minute chart, let's see if it turns blue at all. No, it's just flattening out even. How about a 1? Yeah, I mean, a little. Yeah, I mean, it's just a weak trend right now. So unless you're trying to play some kind of mean reversion, which to the VWAP, which is certainly far enough away. I mean, it's possible. So don't let me stop you. If you want to go long, I just would suggest you put your stop though. I don't think you want to see it go down below 3. Well, as Dan says, don't think, just act. Let's just take the trade, just for you. There it is. Okay, so let's take 500 shares. We'll go in at the ask. It's okay. Send. And, a stop just underneath the whole number, say 295, which would give you. So if I got stopped out, I'd lose $100. Okay. So that's how, that's what I would do. I mean, as Dan does say, practice, 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 practice. If you like the setup, if you think you like the setup, you think it's going to bounce, and, take the trade, see what happens in the simulator. And then when you see similar situations, maybe yeah, and if you take enough simulated trades and they seem to work, well, then you develop some confidence. I mean, I think that's what Dan is trying to say. This is also pretty good to tell you how good are your exits. Okay, now you may not have. I mean, I've got obviously today's P&L. That's 35 right there in this one trade. The max P&L 45. What does that mean? That means if I got out right at the very top when I was in the trade, that's what I'd make. Now it's still moving higher. To put it in a different way, if the max P&L would say 100, and then when I get out, I'm only up $10, not great. Okay. So your max P&L versus when you actually get out of nobody expects that you're going to get out right at the top penny, but you don't want to give up so much of the profit either. So there you go. Now, the other one is very cool, is the distance from the exit price. When you finally get out of your trade, okay, it's going to tell you, well, how far away from your exit are you? Now, if you went long something, of course, you want to see a nice big negative number, because that would mean that, wow, I got out and now it's way below wherever I got out. What you don't want to see is a big positive number, because then you're thinking to yourself, man, I got out too quickly. So these are good gauges, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. One thing I don't have on here, which I'm surprised, I have to expand this a bit. Wow, I don't use this very often anymore. Oh man. I know there's got to be a way to add a column. Well, columns. Stop price. That's what I wanted. Okay, so my stop price. Don't worry about this error message I get, guys. It's some crazy thing. Okay, so now I've got the stop price. Okay, so I can see what the stop price is. So if you wanted to get out some, of course, you would just put how many shares you want to get out. or you could get out of half your position. You want to get out of a position, you just flatten it. If you were in a bunch of different trades, you would just highlight and you flatten, or you get out of half, or you could double your position if you felt like it. So that's it, guys. I mean, that's how you can use the simulator. It uses our real time data. Can't make money in a simulator. Forget about trying to make money with a live account. Because if I were losing in this trade, oh, I'll get out. No big deal. It's not real money. But boy, when you start see now, I would not let that happen. I don't think, because remember, you're still in a downtrend. You're still in a downtrend, even though it's still up 33%, but you're still in a downtrend, even though it's flattened out a little bit on the 5-minute. Now, my guess now is if you look at a 2-minute chart, my guess is going to have some blue. There you go. So that means on the 2-minute anyway, it has made a subtle change, from being weak to starting to, trying to get maybe a little bit stronger. $238, my goodness. Well, again, I don't mind sticking around if there are questions. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, I probably will take off now. I don't know if you want to keep the room open still, William, another 5 minutes after I leave, or it's up to you, of course. Obi, I guess Obi's not going to do it anymore, and that's fine. I couldn't get an answer out of him yesterday or the day before, and that's fine. I'm grateful that he opens the room early. You know what? Summer's coming, and I can see that he probably doesn't want to keep the room open after. Okay, so William is going to keep the room open after I leave, guys. So for how long, it'll be up to you guys. If he sees nobody posting anything, he's just going to shut it down. So just in case the room gets a little, has some activity when I leave. So for those of you in YouTube, you can head over to the room, the main room, click on my homepage link, and scroll down until you see the trading room. Okay, it is free. Okay, but it'll still be open for a little bit anyway. And remember, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't open YouTube till about 9. The reason being is that this room is moderated from 6:45 on. So I cannot moderate YouTube because I'm not around. If that makes sense. So I could open it early, but I can't moderate it. Whereas I can open this even if I didn't. Oh, you know what I mean. I just can't moderate a YouTube room, and YouTube is completely free. They're both free, but I have to watch. I have to make sure I'm in. I can see what's being posted. That's all. Okay, guys. So I'm going to end the stream in YouTube.